It's not just me. The computer.
Right.
All right. We'll go ahead and go with the department heads. AMR, right here. No? Andy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hagwald, Linn County Rural Fire Emergency Management. Let's just be the morning for computer glitches. I wasn't able to send out the information this morning, so last week we had 7 incidents, brought our total up to 330 for the year. We had a fire board meeting last week. The consensus of the fire board was to ask that Don Epps be appointed to the open position on the fire board as the non-fire position for Danny's district.
You guys good with that? Do we have any other open spaces?
That's the only open space we had, and we had a couple of people interested in it, and the board discussed it and asked that you appoint Don to do it.
Randy and I talked, I'm good with it.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we accept Don Epps on the fire board as the non-firefighter representative.
I'll second it.
Motion, move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
I had an application for the Station 920, which is the Pleasanton Station, a Todd Moore. It'd bring our numbers up to that station. He'd be number 17 out of 22 positions. Just recently moved to the area. He is a full-time firefighter EMT at that's his full-time job up in the metro area, but moved to the area, would like to serve on the local volunteer fire department. So ask permission to hire him as probationary firefighter.
Make a motion that we hire Todd Moore to
Yeah.
920.
Yep.
For the probationary regulation. We have in place.
I'll second it.
Motion, move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Last thing I have is the company, we have Genesis Extrication Equipment. That company rep, I've been trying to get them to come through and check one of our pumps. We had an issue. It started before I'd taken over. Wrong oil had been run, some bad hoses run on it. He checked it, it was running at just a little over 50% of capacity. So they had a program where they'll do an upgrade on it. It's about $3,300 to do the upgrade. They put a bigger reservoir on, new motor, basically rebuild the whole pump and get it back. So we have one set of extrication equipment down by that process going through it. It's about a 10-day turnaround. So I just wanted to give you guys an update on that.
And that was caught on an inspection, you said?
Yeah, it was noticed when we were using it, and it just wasn't cutting anything. It's supposed to run about 10,000 PSI, and we were below 6,000.
Is your assistant, or the guy that we just hired, your assistant, whatever you want to call him, deputy, is he going to start doing those inspections? Is this like a federally inspected deal or something?
No, these are inspections that he's catching.
Oh, I got you.
But this is something, at one time they blew a hose during an incident. They'd filled it with regular hydraulic fluid. The hydraulic fluid that goes in those is an aviation. It's real thin. So it had the wrong hydraulic fluid in it.
Okay.
And it'd been run that way for quite a while. And they said that's probably what kind of trashed that pump. But it's a complete rebuild for that. So I can compare it to like a brand new price. That pump's probably 30 grand for a brand new one. So.
Okay.
You need a motion? Do we need a motion for him to,
That probably wouldn't hurt.
did that come out of the special equipment or how's that on?
It could. I mean, we can work out where to take it from. Either a special fire or regular fire.
I'll make a motion that we allow the fire department to rebuild their pump for their extrication equipment for $3,300.
I'll second it.
Motion moving, second, any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
That's all I have, unless you guys have anything else today.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you.
Sheriff, you ready?
Morning, Commission. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff.
For our numbers this past week, we had 59 inmates in today, actually. Had 10 releases this last week. Have 38 farmed in from Wyandotte and U.S. Marshals. 74 911 calls the past week, pretty slow. That's kind of nice. Total jail contacts were 1,727. Total calls for service countywide, law enforcement, municipal, county, ambulance, fire, municipal and county, 521. Total civil service papers served this past week was 29. Had 7 VIN inspections, 10 new open cases, 12 closed, 4 vehicle crashes that our office worked, and 76 SRO activities, 159 bailiff contacts at the front door of the court. 51 of those turned into a call for service, 10 livestock out complaints, and our current daily income from the jail is $2,934. Any questions for me this morning?
I don't.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you, Sheriff.
Jessica? Okay.
Good morning, Jessica Hightower, Economic Development. So in September, the businesses who are awarded youth employment grants have to turn in all of their paperwork to get those funds for having hired students over the summer. So we had all 10 businesses turn in their paperwork, and out of the $12,000 that we budgeted for, we paid out $10,575.20 to 10 businesses throughout the county. So that was exciting.
Can you explain what that was, since we have some people who just.
Sure. So the youth employment grant, we do that every year. The Economic Development Committee does that. We fund up to $1,200 per business. The business hires a youth ages between 16 and 21. They have to live in Linn County. They work, at least we will reimburse up to 10 weeks of the summer, up to 30 hours a week. And they have to pay them at least $8 an hour. We reimburse up to $4. We reimburse $4 an hour. So it comes out to $1,200 over the course of the summer. And the hope is that it teaches the youth job skills, and then a lot of the businesses end up hiring those students on a permanent basis beyond the summer jobs. So it's created several permanent jobs through that program. That's been going on for several years, and it's very successful. I routinely have more applicants than I have spots to fund. So I also have David sent it out to you. I believe I have a proposal from Peppercorn to get the Linn County Industrial Park listed as a certified site through the Kansas Certified Sites program through the state. This is for $48,000. They will do the survey, they will do the environmental site assessment, site plan preparation. They will do an access and utility plan per the Kansas Department of Commerce criteria, community information maps, and they will coordinate with the Department of Commerce Certified Site Program Manager. They believe that this will do everything that we need them to do to get the site listed as a certified site. If the property is listed as a certified site, then it's the state will help us market it to businesses who are looking for property to build.
So right now, if somebody comes along and asks, we tell them about it, but right now there's no marketing on it.
Right. I don't really have a way. It's not shovel ready. I don't really have it's not marketable the way it is.
And the 48,000 for this, where is it coming from?
So we budgeted for it. I've got some set back already. I've actually been saving for this for several years. If I have any left over in my budget, I put it back in a special equipment fund. So I've got some set back already, and then we budgeted the rest out of next year.
So this will be something that's completed for next year.
I believe it will finish it up next year, yes.
How many acres do we have over there that we're doing this on?
I don't remember off the top of my head. It's two different pieces across the road from each other.
So there's 160 on one side.
And
right?
then there's a 10 and I think a 15 on the other side.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you need for, I haven't read it yet, so.
So I have a paper copy if you want to see it. Basically, I'm just asking if you want to sign it today, if you want to wait and look at it some more, we can sign it next week if you'd rather do that.
I think I would rather just wait and look at it. I finally pulled it up.
I'd like to see what we're gonna do at the airport, see where we're headed with that first before we jump off into this other deal.
Because right now, we're just farming it, right?
We have
But we have it leased out, which
yeah, we have a lease
we
on
have to
it.
pay taxes on because we're flipping it, yeah. Same with the airport, right? With the,
That's right. We pay taxes on it because it's not being used for government purpose right now
yeah, if we could just wait till next week.
Farm ground?
on the farm ground.
I have invited the airport committee to come next week at 11. So we'll see how many are able to come next week.
What are we gonna discuss? I mean, besides,
Because we didn't get any responses to our RFP for a fixed base operator for the airport, we're going to discuss maybe next steps and how we can move forward and some of their ideas for the airport.
I know where I'm at. So we'll just deal with this next week after we talk to the airport committee then?
Okay.
I mean, are you good with that?
That's all I have this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I saw, yeah, Galen?
Good morning, Galen Anderson with American Medical Response. Numbers wise, we're at 12 ambulance transports for the last 7 days and 45 for the current month. And then a few updates. We're working with Linn County Communications Center under Sheriff Friend to kind of shift some dispatching processes from the county, certain roles and responsibilities from county dispatch over to AMR's dispatch. Kind of the way we've been dispatching the county in terms of ambulance services for a long time is quite a bit of redundancy built into it, more than it needs. There are certain things that certain functions the county does, and then AMR kind of repeats a similar thing. And with the process change, it'll just be more efficient. It'll be quicker. It'll be less time spent on the phone with the caller, less kind of redundant radio communication, different things like that. And I think the process will actually better serve Linn County in terms of the experience for the caller, not having to give out certain kinds of information over and over to two different comm centers. And so we've been working through that, and we set a date of October 16th to make that changeover. So really no, essentially just positive impact of anything that's going to change for the county and ambulance operations and ambulance dispatching. So
Are you guys gonna stake up over more of it? I mean,
yeah, we eventually will be doing more of it. the call will still come into the Linn County Communications Center. As soon as it's identified as a medical call, it'll be transferred directly to the AMR Dispatch Center. They have the technology capability to essentially stay on the line and listen to the call taking that the AMR dispatcher does, so that they know on their part if they need to send law enforcement or send fire department. But AMR dispatch will be handling the majority of the information gathering and then dispatching of the ambulances. So it'll be quicker, it'll be smoother, and there'll still be kind of a redundancy built in terms of like safety and assurance that the process is carried through to the point of ambulance being dispatched. So looking forward to that change. And then we got some kind of on our side, we're working on some radio. We'll be adding some radio equipment so that basically instead of our crews relying on the county radio system, they'll be shifting to rely more directly on our 800 AMR system. So that's happening, and we're excited about that. And then we also were able to fill our open paramedic position with a current part-time paramedic who's actually from the community here. So we're looking forward to that, and yeah, it'll be good to have that position staffed. It's been a long time since we've been able to hire for that. So
Did it come out of the STARS program?
came out of law enforcement.
By law enforcement, yeah.
I think that's all I have. Anything for me?
I don't have anything.
All right. Have a
Thank
good
you,
week.
Galen.
Yep.
Was it Sean?
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. If you'd like, I need 5 minutes executive session for personnel. If you'd like, we could do that. And then I've got maintenance available to plug in the camera from our recent painting over the week so that we can get that up and running during the executive session.
And I could probably use another 5 personnel if we're going in.
So I believe what's occurred is when they painted, our camera system got unplugged so they wouldn't paint the cord. It's hanging out of the ceiling. We can get that taken care of while we're in executive session and have that going when we come back.
Make a motion to go into executive session for 10 minutes for personnel, 5 with Sean and 5 with David.
I'll second it.
Motion moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Camera's up and going.
All right, we did have action from executive session, Sean.
Okay, looks like we're back and going on the camera, and again, I apologize. We had some painting done last week in the building and it didn't get plugged in. Transportation, we had a part-time opening and have one for a driver. We'd like to hire Nicole Brown at 6B, which is 144784, as a part-time transportation driver.
I'll make a motion that we hire Nicole Brown as a transportation part-time driver at 6B.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved, second, any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hey, we spoke about Queens Road and the sloughing going along the river. We believe, after meeting with Peppercorn, that the roadway can be shifted without coming up with a full plan to move the roadway and redesign the roadway. Although there is going to be some consideration on this for engineering as far as slopes, removal of trees, the dirt work that needs to be done and to be pushed back. We also believe that there doesn't need to be a survey because the deed is less than the roadway. So if there's an agreement between the two entities, there shouldn't be any cost there. Peppercorn did look at it and told us to itemize that, to plan the project and to itemize it so that we could work with wildlife in the future to cut up those jobs or tasks and see who's going to do what to maintain that roadway and to get that project done, that the engineering services would be $5,000 for that project.
And this is looking at just moving the roadway,
That's correct.
keeping it open.
That's correct. Just moving the roadway, I think it's approximately 16 feet away from the river, and re-engineering the slope on the side of it, and then giving a project list and task list for us to work with wildlife on cutting up the project.
And they're still in favor of us fixing that roadway with their help.
Wildlife?
Yes.
Yes.
What about Xena Road? They're in favor of keeping that open too, and that bridge.
That was determined to be on
We didn't have
them.
any traffic
and-
count
Yeah.
on that one.
And it was later determined to be on them and
We didn't
not
own that road.
ours.
We didn't own that road. It had already been abandoned.
Are they willing to pay any of this? I mean, to
I
help
think
us
they're willing to do some of the work or
as
pay
far
for
as
some of the work.
engineering and the expense.
Oh, the,
As far as what they're willing to do, if you'd like me to call them back in and see if we can do in-kind work and cut this apart, what part of this we'll do will give us that list of what needs to be done so that we can look at that. But I can bring them in, and if we're going to make the investment for the engineering, have that discussion. But the engineering will also give us that task list for us to work with them to cut up those projects.
they're not offering any cash to help pay for the engineering. That's what Jim's question, I guess.
That's what I'm saying.
That-
They're willing to help us on part of the engineering too. I mean, to partner with us on the whole deal or.
That's what I'd have to call them in for because there was no discussion on my part as far as the cost. We went and met and asked for an engineering proposal from Peppercorn, but there was no commitment on their part.
Why don't you contact them and tell them the commissioners would like to know if they're interested in helping to pay for the
So we
engineering.
spend $5,000 on engineering, and there's 10 cars that go down the road a week. If that, and probably is my side by side most of the time driving down there. I mean, that's the case, right? And then, so it comes back at $200,000 project. Then we just out of $5,000.
That's why I'd like to, if they want to partner.
There's not one-
Because
I mean-
they are the ones that came to us to keep it open, right?
There's no private landowners on the entire stretch of road, is there?
Yes, there are private landowners, but not in that impaired portion.
We can still.
That's all wildlife.
We can still give them right to their land,
By,
access to their land,
that's correct.
closing this little section.
That's correct. So if you'd like me to contact them or bring them in, I'll be happy to do so, so we can further the discussion on how to partner on it and what the opportunities are.
Sounds good to me.
Next thing I had was, we discussed the federal fund exchange, and I think David found the funds that those were going into.
Yes, we have been depositing those for at least the last 4 years that I looked at directly into the Road and Bridge Fund. So I don't know why we would need to change anything on that. We can then spend them out of that fund, or if we haven't spent it at the end of the year, we can transfer into special road and bridge to save them for project.
Do we spend it typically every year? Or do we transfer it?
We've done some of both. I mean, it just depends on when the projects come up and when we're ready for them.
And we've never really had a plan for this money to budget it, what we're going to do with it. This first year I've ever heard about it.
But we've been getting this for years. I mean, it's,
This applies to our 5-year plan, doesn't it? Isn't that, you know, we have to submit a 5-year plan to the federal government.
That would have been all prior to my being here, but since I've been here, we've been a part of the program and opted to do the exchange each year and bring the funds back to the county and allow the state to take the fee for the processing of it.
They've been doing that since I've been here. I mean, they've been doing that for 50 years.
We've said that, but we've never talked about where the money's going to go during the budget season. We've never,
Yeah, they usually,
I've never heard it.
well, there's a 5-year plan that we have to submit every year. Have you not been involved?
I've not been involved with that.
I don't know all the details because I'm not involved with that side of it, but there's a 5-year plan we submit every year that shows what we're going to be using these funds for. And we update that on a rolling basis every year. And that indicates our intentions in regard to,
Right, I mean, I understand that, but I think that's something that should be coming with us during budget season too, so we know where all that money's going and we can help figure it out.
I can look at what they're going to bring to the table in the following year and try to bring that to you earlier than what the exchange opportunity is, but I'm not sure when they're going to be able to give me those numbers. So I guess I'll go back, email my contact, find out when the earliest that that funding is identifiable, and then bring it back and we can have that discussion.
Does anybody know when we have a 5-year plan, where's the money going next year? No one knows.
The last 2 years, it has been applied against the Parker roadway project.
It's in 77.
the 5-year plan doesn't say we're going to do this year and this year. What it says is over the next 5 years, these are the projects we're going to do. And then they update it the next year. And it may be the same ones or maybe some different ones.
Does the amount change much?
I don't know that it actually addresses the amounts of funds in that 5-year plan. It just says, here's what we're going to be trying to do. It's kind of like a dream list. Here's what we want to accomplish with this money, if we have enough of it. And then I think we just find out when they issue it, how much there is. I don't think there's any
We should be part of the dream.
heads up ahead of time.
We've had contact from Abby Powell this week in reference to some projects at the 4-H building. They are apparently removing some cabinetry at the extension office that they would like to move down to the 4-H building and have our assistance with removing the cabinetry and placing the cabinets from their existing building in the 4-H dining or kitchen area. This will come.
That's our building
That's correct.
at the 4-H building, right?
That's correct. They do the rentals on it. It's our building, and they they do the renting or contracting of the building. They do have a contractor doing a lot of this work, but there will be some cost as far as sinks, countertops, things of that nature. If you want her to come in, she's more than willing to come in and speak to you about this project.
I didn't even know why are we remodeling it? I mean, is it bad?
The cabinetry in the kitchen area, it's very dated. I believe they saw the opportunity to reuse these cabinets that they have available to them and to update the ones that are down there.
It's not new cabinets going in. They're buying new cabinets for their office. And we're shifting the old ones.
I don't know
over
if
to-
they're buying or just removing, but they are removing the cabinetry from that office and would like to put it in at the 4-H building.
For it, I don't know what it's gonna cost us.
Okay. I'll make contact with her and ask her to come in and speak with
She just
you.
wants us to pay the labor to put them back.
Well, again, there'll be some cost as far as sinks, countertops. Obviously, they're not custom built for this area. But if you'd like to have that discussion, I can ask her to come in and speak with you about the details of it. But this was right before I left, and I got an email on it to bring it to you. I don't know what the cost is going to be, and I don't know all of the details of the project.
Okay.
This is the stuff that I'd like to just come with. A month ago, we just had budget and no one ever said anything about it on our side or their side. That's why I pushed so hard on the budget with a bunch of literature. I mean, I don't know why we couldn't have been known that during budget season.
We heard about the project last week. And I'm not for sure how long it's been in the works or whether it just came up on their end. I honestly didn't have a lot of time to spend with her last week before I left town.
All we need to know is what the cost is. Or that's the way I feel. Tell us what they're gonna do and what the cost is.
Yep.
I'll get with her and see when we can meet next. Terracon
I am.
met with our staff at the landfill last week, went over the engineering for the new revisions at the cells. I have the paperwork for you, but in a sense, what they're telling us is their estimation for the current landfill in its condition is 6.6 years to become full at that point. So we have 6.6 years on their estimation of capacity.
Even raising the cells,
No, if we raise the cells, we will have just over 10 years of capacity. 10 years would give us an opportunity to budget, plan, and go forward with the engineering plan that we were given as far as the moving of the cells, installation of new cells, and/or
shipping it out somewhere else.
any other plan we came up with, or the tipping floors. It would give us an opportunity to not only look at those things, but 10 years gives us a lot more breathing room. The dirt work can be done by our personnel too. The foremans went out with Jessica and looked at this project. The dirt work's not complicated. They also did a reckoning of our usage of those cells as far as our permit. Terracon's going to work with the state and work with Al. There's some areas that we may have to adjust on the permit that we may have moved debris into that went outside the areas. But they're going to look at that possibility. I'll give you this to look at, but I will pull it back and then scan it and email it to you so that you have it on your computers. I only have one copy at this time.
So you're saying our road departments can do the cells?
Yes.
Okay.
So last time we opened the cell, it cost what, 125,000?
We hired Logan and got the bid and
And we put 19 of that into the airport road, right?
Yeah, the chunk of it went to the airport.
So you're saying right now, as it sets, we have 6 years.
6.6 is what the estimate from the engineer is.
They didn't say the road department can build the cells. They said the road department can do this modification.
Yes. The expansion on it. Yeah. The clarification as far as building cells, we're talking about the expansion of the cells themselves, raising the bowl to create the 10-year gap. We're not talking about creating new cells. We're talking about raising
the cell.
the existing cells.
So how long will it take to develop the land across the road that we own?
Well, they would also, in the time that we have to look at the engineering, they'd also like to talk to us about whether or not we move across the road or we go further to the east, because going to the east may be a better plan, not only to save our infrastructure and scales where they're at, but they believe engineering wise and with the water on both locations, that going to the east may be a more permittable site and a more cost-effective site. But that's a discussion we'll have to have over those 6 to 10 years worth of planning. They also advised Jessica that they'll be done with this permit process or engineering process shortly, and then pass it through to the state. But once the state has it, we're looking at probably close to a year before we'll hear back about this new permitting process.
Even with adding to it on the east side of the take a year.
No, this is just talking the elevation of the bowl, this new design, that once they hand it over to the state, that part of the process to give us the time to plan the next phase will take on the state's end approximately a year.
But we can continue on with the plans of the tip and floor if that's what we're gonna do, because we have ARPA funds that we had planned to spend on this, right?
If you planned on working on the tipping floor, that won't affect parts of this as far as where we move the new cell locations.
I think we need to get a plan together. We don't have anything. We've talked about a lot of stuff, but
Did we ever look at as far as changing the roads, changing the roads into the tipping floor and stuff the day we talked about that all down there? Did we progress with that?
That's what they would like to discuss as far as cell locations and what we, as far as whether or not we'd have to come in from a different location. That's a discussion that we need to have with the engineers and to find out whether or not that new entrance is plausible, because we're talking about some of this. They were checking areas to make sure we were within the boundaries of our permit with what we currently did, whether or not we've gone beyond those boundaries, which would close opportunities on that roadway. So I guess the best answer that I have for that question is that we'd have to create a workshop and sit down and work through that with the engineers, because I can't adequately answer that.
I'm confused on where we're even at on the project or what's going on.
Well, where you're at is Terracon's at near the end of the completion, their part of the process. Once they complete their part of the process, they will hand it over to the state. The state will hold it and work through the permit, our request for simply the elevation of those cells, to give us that other 4 years worth of work time to plan the future of the solid waste program, to bring it from 6.6 to 10 years. The state will take approximately a year on this permit and this modification. During that time, we can have the tipping floor discussions. We can discuss other parts of the program, but we'll have to wait on the state. Once the state's done and we get an approved permit process, we can go back with our crews. We can elevate and move the dirt, and we can give ourselves another 4 years worth of time to enact whatever plan we come up with. All we're doing out of this plan is buying ourselves time that we didn't have in the past by having money set aside for this program.
But we've brought it to light that how bad our current situation is down there. We've pissed off all the cities about, and all the people in the cities about, we're gonna close these trash compactors down, and we haven't done anything about any of that.
We're working on the agreements, the new agreement to the compactor sites as well at the same time. I anticipate bringing you those agreements in the near future, but I can't answer to as far as what date we'll have those. I would anticipate we'll have those within the next 30 to 60 days for you to look at, but then that's something you're going to have to tell us monetarily whether or not you agree with that rough draft. Whether or not you agree with the division of responsibilities at those sites.
So I guess where I'm trying to assess the entire operation all together, but you're saying that we can't do anything until this engineering's completely done.
Terracon's going to finish theirs, hand it to the state. We're going to have about a year lag time before we get an answer back from the state about this part of it.
Will we see Terracon's work before it goes to the state, or?
This is a draft. When they're ready to submit, we should have another meeting with them, and I will make sure if you want them to come in and explain the process, I'll ask Tony to come in and explain the process in more detail to you when he gets ready to submit.
Did I misunderstand you, or did you say that we get to even verify where we are at with our permit as far as what we're using with our permit?
We're also, while he was here, looking at the areas that we've used, and I could show you the diagrams, but we're looking at the areas that we've used and making sure they're within the boundaries of our permit.
We are within the boundaries, so
And
we
it-
don't know for sure.
And if we are not, as far as height, elevation, or width, he'll make adjustments to those permit requests to cover those.
So does any of that affect if we move forward with the tip and floor?
This part of the project, no. This only buys us time to develop a plan and get financing for that part of the project. This deals solely with C&D waste, construction and demolition only. The tipping floor is household waste only. So this part of the project only deals with waste disposed of and contained at
Within
the
the
site.
landfill.
Okay, so, all right, so we got that options there. So where are we at on the tip and floor then? What's our next step on it?
The next step is a discussion. We've got the engineering on it and a discussion of where we place that tipping floor and what we want to spend on that program. We've upgraded some of the containers in that program. We haven't finished all of them. But my understanding is we're still going to be picking up from each site. Now we need to determine whether or not we drive to Allen County or Crawford County with that waste. Obviously, Allen County is going to be a cheaper answer, but do we continue to do it in the manner we're doing it, or do we build a new tipping floor, acquire the equipment to haul it in larger loads and walking floor trailers and do it that way?
And I thought, Danny, we had kind of decided that we were going to see how it worked with Allen County before we spent $1.2 million on a new tipping floor. And everything that way, trying to get some more data as far as that. So, taking loads that are closer over there, taking them straight to there and seeing what that did as far as affecting our operations.
So do we have a timeline on any of this, like what we're gonna do, when we're gonna do it?
I don't think so.
As far as the tipping floor, it's whenever we get the information available that you want me to bring to you and want to have that discussion as far as how to budget for it and what we're going to pay for. We have all of the numbers for the equipment and the floor of what it's going to cost us and what it'll save us from the engineering report that we've got. But whenever you're ready to sit down for a discussion as to how we fund it and how much of that project we do, be happy to come in under a work session and we'll pull that part of the project apart and find out how we're going to find the funding for that part of the project. But that part of the project in the 1.2 or the the additions to a tipping floor and equipment have little or nothing to do with the other part of the project, which is the C and D and these new cells. And we're going to have to fund and budget for both of those.
I thought we had agreed we were using the ARPA funds for tipping floor, if that's what we were gonna do.
If that's,
But we haven't pulled the trigger on it.
Yeah, I know, it's, so why, I'm confused why we expose everything and how bad things are running and we just sit here on our hands and do nothing about it. And I'm tired of getting phone calls over and ask us what we're gonna do. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I wanna do something. I wanna get a plan together. We have no plan. I mean, don't you agree?
Yes.
At least set a date, get answers. I mean, I don't know. I'm just confused on where we're even at on it and why we even bring everything up if we're not gonna do anything about it.
well, we've got the engineering for both. Now we need the funding.
So
And
we've got it to where we know where the road's coming in. We talked about how we put the entrance in. That's okay, or is that not okay?
I'll go back and make sure before I speak as to whether or not any of this affected that, and I'll bring you an answer to whether or not we can come behind. If I,
We talked quite in length about that day. didn't
We
we?
went on site. That's what I'm irritated about. We went
That's
on
what I'm
site.
saying. We talked
wasted
in
time.
length about
And we're
that.
not, we don't,
You check into that, Sean, and see, and
I'll make sure that we haven't impaired it by this study and find out whether or not that access is available and that we can make that corner, which is, I think, what you're talking about, going behind noxious weeds in that
talked a
building.
long time about
Yeah.
that.
And that roadway coming from the south.
Right.
And I'll have you an answer next week on it and then bring it back to you. And then if you want to set up a workshop as far as the tipping floor, you should have, am I mistaken in believing that you've got the engineering report emailed to you, or do I need to make copies?
I don't know that we have it emailed to us.
Or do you have
We
hard
the-
copies?
We have the hard copies.
Okay. Would you prefer to work off those, or would you like me to email all of that back to you?
Email it to us if you would, please.
Okay. I'll have it rescanned and emailed out to you so that you'll have it on the computer as well.
and one time we had talked about either accepting, commercial haulers in there or not. Are we still, is that still a question? Or
We had discussed whether or not we should continue with commercial haulers, and there are issues with our building and the safety and also having to re-stack all that commercial material with a skid loader into that small chute. But
But didn't we correct those issues as far
we,
as the safety
we
and the
put in
building? and-
skid plates on the back end so that we don't do the damage to the walls, and
We changed where the buttons was and everything else.
put the buttons outside the room. So at this point, we have made no changes, and I don't know that there is a plan at this point to change commercial hauling.
But are we up to date on pricing and stuff like that? I mean, are they just picking up, dumping on us, and then we're wasting our wear and tear on our equipment to take it even further for them to make a profit?
We update each year. We're about to come up to another update, but as far as last year, when we made those recommendations, we were up to date with surrounding counties as far as I know. But I'm sure Al will bring us in a new update towards the end of the year for all of our fees, as well as the other department heads when we do those again. You ready for the next item? This week, we're going to meet at the Park House to look at it as far as opportunities for training for fire. Sherry and I also have been contacted in reference to the possibility of getting a boat slip to replace the one that we have on our project list for the park. This would be either a donation or a move that would be brought to the park by the owners of the water. So if that is something you're interested in, this opportunity would save us considerably, as the dock system or park slip we're talking about was purchased at near $100,000, and they're willing to move and donate it. So if you're willing to let us go out and take a look at it, it is a modular system, and it does appear just by looking at the prints that it would work to replace what we currently have. And I think the replacement cost that we figured to the county was somewhere $45,000 to $60,000 of savings to the county.
I'm interested in it.
So,
Okay, on buildings, senior center, the new building has been the last 2 days of last week. Stars programs and their construction trades. We're doing the demo on that. I'll have to check on it this morning. I believe they've demoed part of the bathroom, some walls in interior, and demoed other areas of the site. I'll be working with the instructor to make sure that we get the materials that they'll need to put that project back together as they go through, and update you as I can. As far as the judicial annex, I spoke to Randy. We're moving stud lumber, and he's working on interior walls this week for the offices and the separation in the courtroom.
does he have a completion date on that, like estimated?
I do not. I can reach out to him and see when that would be. He asked about there was some debris removal out of the main court area. We got that taken care of, and then he was going to work on the walls and got with me about painting or paint colors, which I've reached out to employees about that so that I can get back with him and tell him what the paint scheme or what that should look like.
So we're talking about that before the end of the year, it's going to be completed?
I'll reach out to him and find out what a date would be. Unless you have any other questions for me, that's what I had for you this morning.
I don't have any.
Thank you, Sean. Gary, have we heard anything back on our report that we asked for on Tanglewood?
I visited with the investigator today. He said he has things virtually ready, but he's waiting on some stuff from the county attorney's office. He said if he didn't get it this week, he was going to complete the report without it.
Okay.
So I sent that along to the county attorney's office so they know that they're the holdup. So.
As far as the old sheriff's department, where are we at on that? I know we put demo in the newspaper.
You know, I prepared an ad to advertise for demo, and you guys decided not to demo it at that time, and I haven't been told to do anything different since then. So I think it's all, haven't you looked at it and tried to decide what you want to do and haven't decided? I think that's where you are.
Where are you guys at?
I still want to keep it. So, I still think that's a usable building space and everything that way. I think there's, arguments to be made about why there was mold in there and things that way. I think we can come and mitigate those issues. I still think that there's going to be people asking for building space in the future, whether we're planning for it now or not. And that is a viable option for us. And If you're not open to looking into that a little further or anything that way, why wouldn't we sell it? We just got $60,000 on a contract price for the senior center. This building's got to be worth more.
Well, I think I had mentioned that or asked that if we could lease it or sell it or something, but it was being on the property, right? Gary, wasn't that an issue?
Well,
Because-
we'd have to I suppose we'd have to do a lot split there.
Right.
And I guess in theory, you could sell that at that site. I mean, it could be done, I guess. I don't know why it can't. Wouldn't you agree, David, that,
Yeah, I think we'd have to split it off if we were going to, but I don't know why we couldn't do that.
yeah?
Just thinking, why would we pay to tear that building down?
Well, in my opinion, is that's what everyone voted on whenever we built a new one, but that's kind of. I'm not in favor. I'll say that right now. I know what it costs to put electricity on this building, and I want to say 175,000 to save this building, and that building is.
Is the red iron building instead of what this is? I mean, we don't have a parking lot,
Electricity in here.
right?
I just know restoration business is not something that is cheap. That's all I'm saying.
Building new buildings are.
No, not at all. But it meant sit there the way it is not gonna do any justice either. It's gonna fall down. We're gonna have to
Sell
do
it.
something this winter, and well, that's what I'm saying. We gotta get a plan on it. Jim, what do you think?
I think that you've determined that there's mold there. Who's going to assure me in 10 years there's not going to be mold there again?
I agree.
And if personally the building is sitting there and it's red iron and brick, even if we leave it sit there another year, what's it going to hurt? If you're going to remodel it, a year from now, it might be different. Than you might decide you want to do something different in a year or 2 years. Or
Well, if it's mold growing in it right now, it's really growing in it.
Well, I was gonna say, is there visible mold growing in there now? Does that report show any that
I don't know. I don't know.
maybe Jim's got an idea? Let it sit for a year and see. I mean, that'll tell you if you got a
How
mold
much
problem.
is growing?
Yeah, I'll tell you if you got a mold problem. Document where it is now, and then just let it sit for a year. Document it then.
And if we have to go tear it down, or somebody chooses to come along and buy it, they can still buy it as is.
I'm not in favor of that. I mean, I'm not in favor of a growth site for mold, but I mean, that's just me. So, I mean, I guess if that's what we're gonna do, we're gonna take measures to do that. So we're gonna have to weatherize the building for this winter.
There was one around last winter, right?
Now I think a water pipe blew and flooded it. So then we're gonna have, we're gonna keep the heat and stuff on, right, through the winter.
I think you can drain the pipes.
Mold grows in dark and wet places, so we're gonna have to, I mean, there's a lot of measures we're gonna have to take, we're gonna keep it, so that's what we're gonna do, we gotta get on it. I'm not in favor of it, I'll just say that right now. What do you think?
So what's your plan for when the new clerk, new treasurer, new people come in and say that they don't want to work on the courthouse, in the courthouse, that they want to move out?
Then I'm not gonna say nothing to them. I mean, we have to provide them with the office space. So we have to remodel this jail, it costs us well over 500, I guarantee it. Then we have to turn around and redo this courthouse too, because we're obligated to.
Okay. So, why does this jail cost so much more than what the attorney's building is costing us?
Because there's mold in it, number one.
Okay, but I mean, it's not $500,000 worth of mold.
We can't even find a contractor to put in sheetrock. The reason this project was split up the way it was because we couldn't get into the estimates because the contractors were the overhead was so high coming down to Linn County, correct, Gary? Is that part of it? Like whenever
You talk about the,
yeah, the whole project, wasn't that part of it? We couldn't
Well-
find contractors to do it?
we let the bids on, you're talking about the new building, at a time when things were exploding price-wise, cost-wise, and if they could, if contractors could work in the city for the same money and not have the transportation or relocation costs, they prefer to. So we had trouble getting bidders. That's true.
To do what?
Well, on several trades, I mean,
Anything. And we'll,
Anything with that building?
no, he's asking just about this,
just in general, like
the
so
new building.
on the elderly building, as a commissioner and a construction owner, I won't touch anything for the county. I won't
Right.
bid nothing like that.
Right.
So, and I feel like I bid a lot of stuff in Linn County, but then I kind of took over it to try to help move the process along. And I've met with 3 or 4 different guys just to remodel the bathroom and can't get no answer from them. So that's why we're at the STARS program. Can you agree that we have trouble getting anybody to do any work?
We never struggle finding contractors to get bids on projects.
But how are we gonna get the county attorney's office, the old judicial center done if I mean,
We hired a guy to do it. He works for us and he's kind of overseeing it now.
right,
And
but
doing a
when
lot of
that
work
project's
himself.
done, why can't we do the same thing on the next one?
I guess you could, but how long is that gonna take? It's not a small project.
I'm not saying it is a small project, Danny. I'm just saying that there's far-reaching consequences of just tearing it down.
And in restoration, there's a lot of unforeseens that will break the law. That's how restoration companies make money. I guarantee it.
I've got it here.
I'm just not,
Wherever I put it,
I mean, if that's what you guys wanna do,
I'll do it.
I will,
So what are we spending on the attorney's office? Not the office, the judicial center? What are we spending there?
was it 19 in my head?
Less than $100,000?
We're building one false wall with painting.
Yeah, Danny, we got some things to do in this meeting. We better keep moving. We got attorneys coming.
Sean was at 10:15. We discussed him already. So our next one's.
Sean had one more thing he forgot to do. He left with
Oh,
me.
did you?
Yeah, I apologize. He's catching off the list, but
If you remember a discussion a couple weeks ago, KDOT was looking at MOAs for multi-jurisdictional bridges in the area to clean up their bridge inspection. This MOA goes for the 2 state line bridges with Bates County. They currently do the maintenance and provide the inspections on them. Our email from them last year said that Missouri was going to cover the inspection cost for those bridges. So the state would like us just to put what we've done verbally in writing. If you're agreeable to what's on there, which is basically what I've told you, they're going to cover the inspection and the maintenance costs with a joint sharing of responsibility as far as ownership of the bridges. Then I'll go meet with Bates County on Wednesday and meet with their commission and get the MOA finalized and turn it into the state so we can make the state inspection people satisfied with our agreements.
So these are bridges on the state line.
That's correct.
what your motion would do is just agree to enter into that memorandum of understanding with Bates County regarding the state line bridges.
Am I able to make a motion to sign my own name? I mean,
Pardon me?
am I able?
I'll make a motion that we enter into a memorandum of understanding with Bates County for the two bridges on State Line Road and allow Danny to sign for the county.
I'll second. Motion moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Sean, can you get me a copy of that?
Is this next meeting
Lisa,
is it executive?
yes, but Lisa is here now if you want to meet with her in a second. So. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
wondering.
she's here.
Are we going in executive before we, what's it?
I think it's
I
personnel.
think we would want to with personnel with Lisa for a little bit anyway.
Okay, how long?
10 minutes, I don't know.
10 minutes? I'll make a motion that we go in executive session for 10 minutes with Lisa.
I'll second it.
Motion moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Going to allow public comment after your executive session?
Yeah, as long as we're on track, we had 11 o'clock, we have a 10:30 and 11 o'clock, so we'll kind of figure out what goes in between there. All right, we did have a little action from executive session. Lisa, if you'll come up. Is this that resolution?
That's the resolution that goes along with this.
Yeah, and then you may list off the salary range and stuff. So what we discussed was, salary, which is range 17, step A, 32.1773 per hour.
32A or 17A, sorry.
What it is, our appraiser is retiring, and she's going to fill in for interim position.
And this is for, what is it, 6 month?
This is a 6 month.
It's a 6 month,
position.
resolution.
Yeah,
And
and
then-
it can be up to 6 months or until we hire an appraiser. So there's nothing that says we have to go the whole 6 months on interim.
Okay.
Lisa's been here for a while and she's, did a very good job for us. And we believe that she, fulfilled that position very well. So I'd make a, motion that we adopt resolution number 2023-41, which states, appointing her into the intern position at a 17A.
Gotta work. I've got it all down here.
Okay. I'll second that motion.
Motion moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
All righty. Good day.
So like I say, if you guys can all sign off on that resolution, and then I will get that into property valuation department this afternoon so that they have the record and they can approve it.
You got anything else? Sean, you got anything else? Okay. Well, at this time, we're gonna open it up for, public comment. So if you'll come up, state your name. And last week, I got a phone call last week saying no one could hear anybody. So if we could be sure to be clear of our microphones, that'd be great. So.
I need my glasses. Good morning. I'm Sherry Gentry. I want to thank you all for allowing us to speak again today and for listening to us last week. We are all here because we're very concerned about the many aspects of commercial solar farms. And going forward, we continue to obtain more signatures against commercial solar and more citizens that are not aware of this project. We continue to go door to door to encounter residents that have no idea this project has been proposed. And Danny, last week, you were very compassionate about the fact that you need to be more educated about commercial farms and how to proceed. That's very commendable on your part. But with that being said, I agree you and we all need more education. Don't you all think it would be a good idea for everyone involved to slow these things down? Take a step back and let everybody research on their own, and to let everyone catch up and be educated and allow your citizens more time to be informed and involved. You have been on the front lines, and if you don't feel informed, just imagine what your citizens feel. We ask you to please listen to your citizens. Over 10% have spoken through our petitions in a very short time against solar farms, and I know several of them have reached out to you commissioners. This is a massive, massive project that will impact every resident of this county for many years to come. And again, it shouldn't be taken lightly or without your citizens' input. The majority of the people signing land leases with these renewable companies do not live in our county, so they will not be living with the effects of it. It's pretty easy to make a decision based on monetary benefits if you won't be living with the consequences of this decision day to day for the next 30 plus years like the rest of us all here will be. This is a decision that is as important as the wind projects and yet has had very little public input. Please allow all of us to be better informed about all the pros and cons of commercial solar farms and evaluate the entire situation more closely. Again, we as citizens are not attacking you commissioners. We're simply asking you to listen and to allow us to be heard. We are asking all three of you to please vote for a one-year moratorium to slow this down and have time for all the citizens of this county to be educated and voice their opinions either for or against solar farms. I'm asking you to put it before a vote right now for this one-year moratorium on solar projects in Linn County. This is the best way to avoid lawsuits and allow everyone involved to communicate as a county together without outside influences. We all intend to live our lives together in our beautiful rural county. Rural is the key word. We want to remain rural. This is why many people commute to Kansas City to work, and they get to leave the city behind and return to our dirt roads and country lifestyle. Many counties in Kansas, including Anderson, Barton, and Franklin County, are putting in moratoriums to safeguard their communities and be sure the right decisions are made without outside influence. I now ask all of you commissioners to make a motion for a one-year moratorium on the commercial solar farms for your citizens of your county. Any response?
Commissioners don't necessarily respond to the public comment section, so if you're through, then,
We asked the question.
and they don't have to respond. It's
So we're,
You read the agenda? Let me read what it says.
Sean, is Darren in there?
Yes, he is.
Would you have him come in there, please? This week, we've reached out to and about some information Darren could have had. And I asked for it, and then I'd like Darren to come present what he gave me. And it's an opinion letter from the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. Darren, would you go ahead and state what you know about the letter you gave me last week?
The letter from Kansas Wildlife and Parks.
Yes.
Alls I know is that they had a meeting with Kansas Wildlife and Parks back in March of 2022, and they sent me a letter.
Go ahead and read. You got the letter. Go ahead and read the first few lines, if you would, please. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. This is a 3-page letter, and I tell you, it was brought to my attention. I did not know anything about this letter.
We have reviewed the information and meeting minutes for the Swan Solar Project introduction during a March 24th web meeting. Clearway Energy and Olson presented a project that would construct and operate a solar energy conversion facility along the Kansas-Missouri border.
Go ahead and tell how big it tells acreage.
Roughly, I think it says 2,800 acres.
I think it's 2,830.
And as far as this letter, as soon as I got it the week following, I came into the commissioners and I told them about this letter. Sean was with me.
Where did you give it to us at?
The wording on the letter, but what's it got to do? I mean, I'm confused.
I'm just asking because I did not know anything about this. And did the Planning and Zoning Board know about it?
No, I did not give it to the Planning and Zoning Board. I gave it to Mr. Kaup before we started the new zoning regulations.
You didn't reach out to anybody else to tell them about it?
No, Mike White came into my office and we talked about it.
So my question is, how can it be gave to one Planning and Zoning Board member and not everybody?
And actually, this letter really, until there's a conditional use permit applied for,
That's where I'm at.
I don't know what this letter has of relevance until there's a conditional use permit applied for.
Rick's back there. Rick, do you know anything about this letter?
No, I don't recall ever seeing that letter or anything else that even pertained to it. I would question, though, that if we have this letter, is there one from the Federal Game Reserve, Wildlife and Parks? Because the only reason I say that is because our comprehensive plan that we worked so hard for, 18 months to put together, if they didn't have the resources to see this, how could them in the planning and zoning figure out any type of possible regulations that they'd want to put on it? Because the federal government may have something different to say than the state, and then you've got the scenic view of the highway. When you start putting all these regulations together and you're getting ready, if you do this, to take 8,000 usable acres out of every farmer or rancher in Linn County. So I think it's very important that this was available to them. And if it wasn't, and you're still going to keep the regulations on, you're still going to keep solar farms going in a commercial, that they need this document as well as the opinion of the federal, and they need to go back and need to look at the highway scenic views. But you remember the comprehensive plan, the best thing about living in Linn County was the beauty and the ruralness that we have. And if you've ever been to a solar farm, and I have, not a blade of grass grows below it. So there's no animals, no existence, but just a bunch of panels facing the sun. So I don't know how that helps the county other than maybe a few dollars monetarily. So I would hope that you'd listen to the 800 to 1,000 signatures that they've already gathered, at least consider that, put a moratorium on it for whatever time period you think is necessary, and figure out, if you are going to keep it, that we ask the federal government for theirs, and we ask the state for theirs, and if there's large bodies of water or anything else that pertains to this, that we get all of our stuff together if we're going to put these regulations in. So I want to say my 2 cents worth.
The nature of the communication in this letter is pertinent to what we do with solar, because it came from the Kansas Department of Transportation, or Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks.
And yeah, I mean, you're talking about all the migratory and hunting and everything else that goes
They
on.
talk about it in here, and I think there's pertinent information that our planning and zoning could have used.
But we don't have it for the federal game reserve as well. We don't know if it affects the Kansas City Power and Light or Evergy's Lake either, because that's a large body of water that I would think that we'd want to protect for migratory birds as well. So that's my 2 cents on it. I haven't seen it, and I wish I had it.
In all these studies, I mean, that's what the CUP is going to cover, correct? I mean, that's what I'm going to talk to her about today. Is okay.
Here's a.
Al, you're not a professional. So I'm going to talk to an
You want
attorney
to see
today.
the copy of the
So
letter? It's 3-page letter.
This is the third week in a row you've called me out.
Okay, well, don't
do
interrupt
it
my
again.
meeting, please.
Do not do it again. Everyone else comments, everybody else says something, you always say my name.
Well.
Don't do it again.
Well, this letter was written in, let's see, the meeting was March 24th of 2022. And the response back from Wildlife and Parks was June 9th of 22, and Darren was carbon copied on the letter. And I think there's a lot of information in this thing.
What it gives is give the kinds of things that they would want to look at when there's a specific plan. Look in the next to last paragraph. He said what I think Danny said. He said, we need additional information to inform our review of this project. So they're saying there could be concerns. We need details.
I mean, there's valuable information here, because if we're going to listen to all of our neighbors, and this thing is countywide, I feel. I mean, we're all part of this.
And if you wait till the CUPS permits are obtained, you got 60 days to cover all this. That's putting us under a really stringent timeline.
And if you go back on the YouTube video, whenever Darren mentioned this letter, whenever he was talking to all three commissioners, he said that he had from the American Sea and Wildlife Federal Refuge like a letter of acceptance, like it was okay to proceed with
I've never seen the letter.
And there isn't anything from the federal. It's only from the state, and this is all we have. When I emailed him for the letter, this is what I got, and I realized it wasn't from the federal, it was from the Kansas Wildlife
Department.
Parks. It had nothing to do with the federal.
That's why we're asking for more today. We got to slow this thing down. All the eyes are not.
We can keep doing this every Monday.
We want you to listen to us. That's why we're
Will you
here.
public comment? We're gonna run out of time.
I'll tell you what, guys, I'm gonna make a motion that we reinstate a moratorium for 1 year.
Commissioners, if I could, as far as the process and the letters and the steps we went through, I can't answer to all of the meetings and all of the processes that had taken place. But what I will say is that your decision is your decision. Obviously, there are interests in both parties or both sides of the fence in this. But I would like to clear up one part of this as a supervisor in this office and the person that deals with Darren most directly. It's almost been implied that he has in some way, shape, or form hidden information from you or planning and zoning. Every step of the process that he has done in this, he has put a great deal of effort, his personal time. He takes calls on this, on his personal time, on his weekends. He has dealt with this with due diligence. He has kept me informed in every step of the way. I believe he has disclosed and kept you informed. He has disclosed and made the process known to the planning and zoning, made recommendations to both them and you when council should be hired to look at these steps and the things that should be considered. I guess the only thing that I would like to say as far as being his supervisor is that there isn't a part of this process that he hasn't handled professionally. If there's been decisions made uninformed, it wasn't because he didn't provide information when requested or tell people the information was there to be had. As far as planning and zoning or yourself, I want to make it perfectly clear that not any part of that process did he have a vested interest in, or that he did anything more than what is given to him in the comp plan and his job description, which I have copies of, which details out the nature of those things. So I understand this is controversial. I understand that this plays a role in affecting our community, but I also want everyone here to understand that the direction that he's been given is the direction he's taken at every step of this. So if there's any doubt that he hasn't followed those lines given to him, both in the comp plan and his job description, I'd ask you to review that before any statements are made, or to carefully make those statements, because he's done due diligence and he's done a fine job in handling this. If you choose to take another direction, he'll do the same quality work in doing that as well. You have to give him the purpose and the direction. He'll take it and he'll do good work for the county. But I do want to make it perfectly clear, that's what he's done so far.
Mr. Chairman, may I address the commission? I don't have an agenda in this in either way either. I've said before many times, I don't care if there are solar farms or not. I mean, I'm not opposed to them. I'm not supporting them. My job is to make sure that we do what the regulations say and that we do it fairly and efficiently. You have taken the, I believe, wise step of retaining outside counsel, expert on this, to advise you about this program. My question is, why wouldn't you at least visit with that counsel first before you take any action and address this question then next week after you've had a chance to meet with outside counsel? That's my.
Your counsel is forceful. I just, before you go into the county, I just have a brief statement I'd like to make if we can still do public speaking. Okay. My name is Emily Thies. After last week's meeting and the inconsistencies, I went back and I played all of the meetings pertaining to leading up to this to make sure that I had not overlooked anything. But I'm here today to discuss the failure of the county to inform the citizens of the laws that allow us to speak, protest, and have a say in the county's future, as well as our personal homes. On July 3rd, prior to the articles being adopted, we showed up at the commissioners' meetings and open comments. And we spoke during the open comments, and we were told by Danny that we cannot protest any regulations that are passed by the commissioners until after a conditional use permit has been approved.
I said that?
Yes. On July 5th, during Mr. Kopp's time, he quoted several times on the state law. First, there's a yearly review on all approved articles. Second, that the commissioners can send back to planning and zoning any item they would like to for reconsideration. That commissioners can change any item in the articles regardless of what planning and zoning recommends. And the commissioners, you approved Article 14. 2 hours and 15 minutes into the meeting, Darren states that once an application is applied for, they will post it in the paper, 20-day waiting period, public hearing on conditional use permit. Mr. Kopp then reiterates public participation when nearby neighbors are notified and they can speak to Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations in Article 14. There's a state law for a protest petition period, not against commissioners, but the actual conditional use permit. A supermajority vote of 3 members would be needed, and if the utility project needs to be rezoned to industrial, there is a protest period petition. That was on July 5th during the Article 14's meeting when it was approved. September 12th, when we were shut down and we can only speak for 10 minutes at the Planning and Zoning, Gary Thompson stated that 2 to 3 years ago, there was a comprehensive plan with the community citizens. 1.5 years ago, they revised the voting process. There was a public hearing on April 27th to speak to those regulations. They made revisions on July 5th. There were 2 times, quoting, after July 5th to protest Article 14, a 21-day period for a protest petition process for input for the regulations, then a 30-day for filing a petition to appeal the regulations in court. During the commission meeting last week, when I
brought this up, he said that they're listed in Article 14, and you said, did I read it?
They're in the regulations.
There,
Article 14 is only one part of the regulations.
okay, but I went and asked Darren, and he said these are the regulations.
That's the solar regulation.
That's what we're talking about, is the solar regulations. Okay, this is my time, so we can talk afterwards if
I don't
you
need to talk.
indicated. They're not in Article 14, the 21-day and the 30-day, because if we were told that the multiple times we asked, we would have filed it in the court. There's no consistency at any meeting at any time that indicates we have been given the appropriate information when we ask for our legal options to fight these regulations. So now, after spending money on Mr. Kopp, you've gone and retained an attorney from the largest law firm in the state of Kansas that represents solar development projects. You stated that that was to educate you on solar energy, but this is after you passed the regulations. She is simply here to explain how you can shut us up. That's our opinion. We were told that we would be able to live stream an open workshop to see the education you received from this attorney, but now it's going to be done in executive session. You are still not listening to the citizens. The counties have listened and done solar and shut solar down are Anderson, Barton, Osage, and Franklin. We have asked for a moratorium on solar farms. If you won't, we will be here every Monday with more and more people who knew nothing about your regulations, your process, your well laid out, clearly worded newspaper article stating your clear intentions for solar farms in Linn County. We will petition more people at local events and parades. We will go door to door informing people. Eventually, you will need a bigger meeting room for people who attend these meetings, because we're not going to give up the fight for our families and our community. And finally, please visualize a massive solar farm 150 feet from your home. That's less distance than what the courthouse is. Why in God's name would you allow this to come to our county and roll back the national industry standard of 1.2 miles? Something is going on here that the citizens are being kept in the dark about. We will be reaching out to the Kansas Attorney General on all of these inconsistencies. And I do appreciate the fact that all meetings are live streamed, because it will allow us to present all the evidence spoken about today to be backed up by all of your official words. So that's why we are requesting a 1-year moratorium. Thank you.
Well, Gary, do you feel that that letter has information in it that would have been vital to the Planning and Zoning Commission?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
Do you feel that that letter has vital information to work with a entity in the Kansas Inland County that would have been vital to our?
I don't believe that letter addresses any specific project, because there hadn't been a specific project created yet. And so I would not be in a position to say.
This was about a specific project in Linn County.
We all know it's here. We've been approached by.
It's talking about a specific project.
It talked about a location, but there's.
Right.
By our home.
I'm not going to so respond if we're going to get interrupted every time we speak. So I would not. I'm not in a position to say whether that would have been useful to them or not. I wasn't in on all their conversations, Jim.
Read that.
The bottom of the second.
Yes. At this time.
In cropland or previous developed areas and away from large wetlands and water bodies which may attract migrating birds. It's a recommendation. It's an opinion letter. I understand that. The whole thing is.
Right.
And it's in close proximity to all the wildlife.
But it was an opinion letter that came to the county.
What is the harm in slowing this down?
Don't we have a motion?
Yeah.
We just need to know which way you want to go.
Well, I made the motion.
We were meeting with a lady after this, so
She's here now, so whenever you're ready.
I'm gonna go in and ask the questions that I need to know and what I need to figure out for myself, and then I will. No, this is not an open workshop. This is.
That's what you want.
Yes, I told you I'd give you an open workshop whenever I ask the questions and I educate myself, Ally, and everybody else, not just Ally. But I said once we talk to her and we get it figured out, we will have an open workshop and talk to you guys about it, and we'll bring her in with us. That's exactly what I said. Okay, well, all right. Well, that's what we're gonna do, so.
One more person who would like to speak, if it's still our turn.
I was just going to address one item when you spoke of the letter. It was provided to Mr. Kalp, who was the attorney that spoke to the planning and zoning and helped them work through this issue. So it was not something that was not available to them during that process.
It still wasn't brought.
All right, I'm just going to take a few minutes. I briefly introduced myself last week. I'm Scott Woods. I've been a resident. I think my wife and I moved down here in 1997. We live about 4 miles south of the power plant. And obviously I'm opposed to the solar farms. And I think everyone in this room, I don't see any pro-solar folks in here. So please consider that. And we talked about last week too about a possible general election. Is that something that's on the table? I mean, let the people speak. This is a free country, and I love living here. I don't want to move, but if I'm stuck in the middle of 2 million solar panels, it's going to be like living in an easy bake oven, and that's not something I want to do. I lived here for 26 years. I want to retire here, but if this happens, I'll seriously consider leaving this county, and I don't want to. I want to die here. And quit hiding behind the legalities of all this. Make a decision, place a moratorium on this, and let's go. We don't need to be the guinea pig. This is happening all over the United States. It's nothing but a giant money grab. You know it. We know it. When these subsidies run out and we're stuck with, acres and acres of abandoned solar panels, who's gonna take care of them? The local landowners aren't gonna be able to afford to get rid of them. They're gonna sit there and deteriorate and leach into our soil. So, Jim made a motion, why not vote on it?
Vote on it.
You can talk to all the lawyers you want till you're blue in the face, but like Sherry said, we're not going anywhere.
So my understanding is from what Sean said, Mr. Kalp knew about this letter
That's what John said.
with 2,830 acres leased up when he knew about that. That he knew that was leased.
I don't know that says quite that, but yeah, apparently he knew about this letter.
Well, it's in the letter is what I'm saying. Did he get
It says that the project that they envisioned is of that size. I don't think it says that they have leased those acres, but maybe they did. Maybe they have.
This really needs to be revisited. You guys represent not renewable energy.
If we'd have known about this when this started, we would have not been there.
This isn't an attack on you. We're your constituents. Please listen to us. People in here are going to be directly affected in their everyday life. And the people signing on, the majority of them do not live in this county. We're the ones that vote for you, not these people signing on that have huge commercial solar farms or commercial farms that are signing on for the solar farms. They don't live here, guys. They're not going to deal with it. We are. And all of us have been here 20-some years. We're good citizens. We support our communities. Please, please, consider this for us. If this was across the road from you all, you would have second thoughts about it.
Not only that, Jason and Danny and Jim, it's taking 8,000 acres away from farmers.
Yeah.
And ranchers, what we do in here, and I know it's their own property and they can lease it maybe and get away with it. But there's no potential for decades for anybody to lease that property or rent that property or even sell it for agriculture once those solar farms are there. So I just have to consider that. Remember, that Linn County is a rural area and it's beautiful, and for a few $1 million a year or $1 million, whatever that number is, it's not worth it. It really isn't worth it.
Mr. Chairman, you got a motion on the floor. Your options are to either declare it dead for a lack of a second or to get a second, one or the other.
So I won't be making a decision until after I talk to this legal counsel, so I have a bunch of questions, what we can, on the permitting process, what we can and can't ask. Okay, we're gonna speak with her. Please stop interrupting us, please. Like, I'm gonna talk to her, okay? You know, I'm gonna talk to her, figure out what, I'm gonna ask her all the questions I have to ask without people jumping at us whenever we have a question. It's gonna be an executive session. And then we will decide after that. That's where I'm at.
So do you want us all to wait here till after your executive?
You're able to do whatever you want.
Will you come back and say yay or nay?
I have no idea. I don't know what her answer to my questions are gonna be.
Let's deal with Jim's motion before we do anything else. One or the other.
I'm not gonna second it.
Motion dies for a lack of a second.
Now, if you're ready to go into executive session, you need to decide before you go if you're going to take any action when you get out or not. Or if there's a possibility of action. If there's not a possibility that you'll take action, you need to inform folks so they know that. If there is a possibility that you'll take action, you need to inform them of that.
I don't believe I'll be making a anytime soon on it, so I need to.
So we're just gonna wait until the conditional use permits are filed for and then are advertised? We have 60 days to decide this? That's our biggest concern with all of this.
It's all a concern with me, and that's why I'm gonna talk to her about it and see what her input is.
But no, this will not be voted on at all today.
No.
What's the harm in waiting for a year? If you don't know all these answers.
Well, I'm gonna ask her my questions and they can ask theirs and.
So you think in 4 hours, if you can't give us a decision, but that's gonna enlighten you so much that we have to wait till next Monday and take the risk of a conditional use permit being filed in between now and then?
Well, I have questions, so that's where I'm at.
But Danny, you guys have known about this for years. I'm Scott's wife and Cindy was, you've known about this for years. We haven't.
Okay, and that's not that, and that goes back to we pushed really hard to have cameras in here. The newspaper, it's all over Facebook. Like, and I'm sorry that you guys weren't informed, but I can't call every one of you and say, hey, this is what is happening here. Huh?
You said you were informed.
Informed about what?
Never vote on anything I'm not interested about. And what did you do?
Exactly. That's why that's why I'm not voting.
And you
Do what?
Now you want to get the articles in, and now you're saying you're not informed. Why would you vote for it, and why would you vote for the article if you're not informed?
So we have uninformed people voting for us.
Right.
That's awesome. And now we get to pay for you guys to be here. We did. Because that's not.
Will you please,
there's no
Ally?
Don't say my name again. Seriously.
How about you just leave our meeting?
Everyone else is in here.
Okay, Ally.
And it's always my name that you say.
Yeah. Well, we're getting ready to have an executive session, so.
Have fun in your executive session with someone we're paying for. That's
Ally,
pro solar.
this is unnecessary.
It's not unnecessary.
It is unnecessary. Okay.
And you aren't listening.
Okay.
You aren't listening.
All right.
You don't call back. Oh, we're side by side. Oh, I have to call you back.
All right. This meeting is over.
Do you guys forget?
You work for us, the people, the citizens. You're not
And
listening to us. Why? What is going on? Why is it so dark? Where's the transparency? Where's the transparency?
Prove that. Oh, don't be so sure.
Where's it at? Jason, where is it?
Chairman.
We're done here.
Listen, if you people can't behave in their meeting, then you need to leave.
Yeah. Right, we got that right. So. Have fun. Educate them well, please.
Wonderful renewal.
Then please leave my meeting.
Not your meeting.
It is my meeting. It is my meeting. You're being disruptive. Okay, well, I'm asking you to leave.
You're not going to tell me to leave.
Okay. You're right. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you to.
Well, I will not.
All right. We'll stay here until it's dealt with then.
How long do we need the executive session for?
Let's start with the hour and then we can renew it as we.
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for 1 hour with legal counsel.
else. That's it.
with no
No action.
action to follow
Yeah.
Should be determined.
next week.
So we can discuss this again Monday. Can we be put on the agenda?
I'm hoping to have an open workshop at the end of the meeting like this with everybody and letting everybody know what we came up with. No, next week.
So she's gonna come back again?
Yeah, if she's able to, yes, 100%. But if she's going to be attacked in the meeting, no, she will not come back. If she's going to be attacked.
And you don't act like we're criminals here.
Well, I just got attacked pretty hard.
We're going to be living with this and you're not listening. Then put us on the agenda. You confused us once.
Well, okay, well, we're going to ask the professionals. We're going to get the information that we need.
Right now, can you put us on the agenda?
You
Yeah.
already talked to the professional, Mr. Klopp, who you paid lots of money, and you listened to everything he said and gave him all concessions to the solar companies. I don't know how this is gonna be any different. You made 5 of 6 concessions for the solar companies for these articles, not for the people.
Mr. Chairman, if someone wants to be on the agenda, it's simply a request.
I did. I was denied.
We have the email to.
I did. Do you wanna see the email? Yeah.
You were denied to be on this agenda?
Yes.
I'll make a second. I second going to executive session for an hour with legal counsel.
Is it
Motion.
okay for them to get on the agenda, Dave?
It's up
What's
to
the
the,
point?
it's Chairman
It's your meeting. I can put anyone you want on.
Who said that not to put them on the agenda?
Danny did.
Yeah, I did. I'll make a motion.
Is it his meeting, Gary, or is it our meeting?
It's, the three of you can control the agenda.
Okay.
Can we be put on the agenda?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes or no?
I don't know what the conclusion of this meeting with our legal counsel is going to be. It does have something to do with it. It does. You guys can be put on the agenda if you want, but I'm talking about the.
Excuse me.
we wanna have.
Danny, control yourself.
Okay, all right, well.
Control yourself.
Close.
It's okay. You know,
There's a motion on the floor. It's
All in favor?
I'm gonna tell you, it's okay to open this up 14 for reconsideration. The planning and zoning board will be fine with it, I'm sure.
You might. Thank you.
No, are we on the agenda for Monday?
On the- when I was-
Make a motion to go back in executive session for 30 minutes.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
by email too.
Yeah, I saw.
Okay, so earlier in the meeting today, there was comment about a group that was here concerning or talking about solar farms wanting to be on the agenda next week. I need to know how much time you want to devote to that and when we want to put it on there. Right now, I have the airport committee on the agenda at 11 next week, and I had blocked out half an hour for that.
How long do they need or want?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you guys. How much time do you want to devote to this next week?
$15 minutes.
Start in 15 minutes. You guys good with that?
You want me to schedule that after the airport committee or before?
I'd say after.
So go with like 11:30?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are you guys good with that?
I am.
I'm good with it. I mean, I don't know what'll happen there. I mean, as far as the public comment or where they'll go with it, but
Of course. Well, none of us do.
we can start, we can say that.
And I don't know how you guys feel about the moving the meetings over to the extra courtroom in the court or in the new judicial building, but I think it'd be a great idea. We have other people working on
It
this.
just depends, it just depends what they're having in court that day or whatever. How you're doing there, you're walking into somebody else, we'll have to line it up, right?
I think you'd have to schedule.
I think we'd have to schedule it and stuff, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's in Linn County's building. I mean, I think that we could work with them and they could work with us. I think it's very important after.
I mean, if you can get it scheduled, I mean, I don't know what, we can live stream the meeting there, I guess, the same way as we do it there.
I don't know.
That's what it gets into. I mean,
I mean, we have other people in this building that have nothing to do with commission that are having to deal with how these meetings turn out sometimes and the noise, and I just think it's important. I think we should really take it into consideration.
You have anything else?
I don't have anything.
Gary, have anything you want to talk about? I think
I don't
Couldn't
know.
have any.
We don't have any action from.
Yeah, we didn't take any action after this, so.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second it.
motion moved, second, all in favor.
Aye.
All right.